All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. That was session number 1. So we've got a total of 7 sessions today. We're going to do 8 hours, which means that we have our first long break after 4 sessions. And meanwhile, this is our first short session of the day, or short break of the day. Feel free to say hi, let me know what you're studying, and let me know how that first session was out of 10. We got 9.5 minutes to take a quick short break, and then we'll get started with session 2. Just let me move this a little bit. There we go. I am still finishing my chemotherapy drugs from the other day. I'm reviewing those, and then I have more immunology and cancer lectures to get through today. Got an exam on Friday, still a little bit behind with material, so today and tomorrow is finishing material, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is mainly reviewing everything. Hey artist, good to see you. How are you? Hey Leon, how's it going? Good to see you. Probably 7.0 for a Sunday is rare. Yeah. 7.0 meaning what? 7 hours or 7 sessions? I'm lost on the 7.0. Thanks, Abby. I appreciate it. I'm feeling a little uneasy about it because I wanted to get more done than I did get done, but it's okay. I think I needed yesterday. I was like resetting up my room. I did a lot of setup work in my room. My desk looks way different now, which is awesome. I'm just waiting on some parts to come in so that I can add another monitor, which, I mean, isn't going to do much for productivity, but it'll be nice to have at least, especially for research work. Oh, no, evening session until tomorrow. Gotcha. I appreciate the well wishes, Abby. I'm good, artist. Pretty chill today. Pretty relaxed. It's Sunday. It's afternoon. It's a little lazy, but nothing crazy. Oh, sorry, 7.0. Okay, my bad. I didn't realize that pain reader. My bad. 5 out of 10, Abby. Yeah, same. For the social psych paper. Is it due tomorrow? A snooze fest for you to write. Well, hopefully it's quick then, right? Rating finish ahead of schedule. That's fair. That's fair. I'll probably give that one like a 6 as well. A little bit of a slow start for me trying to get back into it. I think, but now I know what I need to do for the day, so should be a little faster. Oh, shoot, I have to push out the schedule for the next week too for stream. I will do that in a little bit. It is kind of exciting. It was more of a pain than I anticipated, to be honest, artist. I like wanted to add another monitor, but then like stream camera became an issue because if I wanted to add another monitor, it would block off the current angle from the last stream or from the last session, and I really like that angle because you get the window behind it and everything. So I had to move everything around. So now my laptop's on the other side, which I have to get used to muscle memory wise. I'm waiting for like a deck, like those hubs, so I can just plug in everything from that. So when I come back from school with my laptop, I can just plug it in real quick. And then I put the other monitor, my old monitor on the side, and then my dad had like an extra monitor lying around that he wasn't using, so I just took that one. I have no idea how old it is, and I just stuck that in the middle because it was bigger and it's nicer. So I didn't shell out. I'm too broke to shell out money for nice new monitors. Otherwise, I would have gotten a nice curved one, like a singular curved monitor. Your track started at 7:30, finish at 1 o'clock. 7. Oh, okay, I got you. Dang. 7:30 the other day, or like this morning. Hey, it's nice. I'm excited. I wanted another monitor mainly so I could start doing research at home a little easier because there's just a lot of stuff going on, like Excel sheets and charts and lit reviews that I've got pulled up simultaneously when I'm doing research. So it's just nice to have. Do at 8 p.m. tomorrow, but dinner plan tomorrow. Okay, that's fair. That's a good motivation to finish it, right? Which monitor did I get? So the old one I had was a Dell. I mean, they're both Dell monitors. The old one I had was like a 22-inch or 23-inch monitor. And the one that I found lying around in the basement is a 24-inch monitor. They're both Dell. They're both okay. My dad works in comp sci, and like he just has a bunch of random leftover old tech he doesn't use anymore. They're not bad. I think, I mean, they're both HD, and that's all I care about. I don't really need a 4K display. And as long as the refresh rate is high enough for me to play games in the off hours, that's all I matter. I'm not going pro in Rocket League anytime soon. We're rich in community. That's true. That's true. That's what we're here. This morning. Oh, dang. So you've already been studying for 6-7 hours. Nice, Pain Reaper. Dang, I would be exhausted. I mean, I guess I do the 6-7. My prime time is just like evening for some reason. My brain, like after the sun starts going down, I think like 2-3 o'clock, my brain's like, all right, it's sending panic alarms, time to start studying so that we can finish by midnight. That period, 8 to 12, is like my power hours. I think by 12, I'm like wiped, but at 8 to 12, I just get like several days worth of work done in that 4-hour span. Maybe it's the panic of trying to finish towards the end of the day before the next day starts that like motivates me, but that's the fun part. So tired today, Magical. That's fair. What are you working on right now? What are you studying for? Desk is still clear from taking boarding exams. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I know it's exciting to redo your desk. I also like ordered a couple like lamps and stuff. The only thing is I don't know where to fit Pengy and Pom Pom anymore. They can barely fit on the desk. And the other issue I'm still like mind mapping out is um the blur. So I blur my main screen and my like main screen typically just for privacy and because a lot of my materials mostly it's not even the privacy as much as like my materials are copyrighted, right? So I don't want to get like in trouble with some publisher from the school because even their lectures are copyrighted, which is why I blur out the main screen. The problem is if I want to keep the angles I'm using, either I'm going to blur out my head half the time trying to cover up the other monitor, or I switch which screen the timer's on. But if I do that, then I pull the it's I don't know how to explain this. It's very weird. It is just one camera angle I really like and I want to keep, but it's like messing up everything else about the setup. So, but like that's a non-negotiable for me. Used to do YouTube game, but you know, they kind of get a better computer. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. No, I've had like a crappy computer most of my life too, Painter. But I grew up playing like some games. I've always been like more of a laptop gamer. I grew up with a Nintendo Wii and like laptop games. So I grew up on like browser games until I got in high school where I got like a integrated like it was an AMD A12 like CPU with like the integrated AMD Ryzen or whatever, or not even Ryzen. I forgot what it's called, Radeon, Ryzen. It was like the really cheap one. So I've always like played at like I love playing games, but I would always play at like 24 FPS in lowest quality and just pray that my battery doesn't explode, right? Um, so I never was meant to be a competitive game. I just used it to relax. Waiting on GTA 6, me too. If it ever comes out. We were just talking about it this morning. Like, there's so many good contenders for Game of the Year right now, but and if GTA 6 would come out, it probably would take it. But are they going to release it is the question. Will it be finished? Physics whole syllabus in one shot. Oh man, why the whole syllabus in one go? You got an exam coming up in the evening because I'm really studying at school. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. It was mixed for me. I was used to, so I mean, high school, obviously, like, you know, you study at whatever, blah. College was weird. I would study half the day at school, but like I would be around friends and whatnot. So it would be a little bit like, you know, more distracting. It was nice, but it was a little more distracting. I feel like I would get the majority of like my hard sit down, I need to concentrate work done at home. And then like, you know, I could do problem sets or like those sort of are lower like essays and easier, not lower, but like stuff that doesn't require as much like hard intense brain power as memorization or like heavy science problems, right? Those I would do in school with my friends, and then I'd come home and then I would like lock in on like chemistry or physics or bio, whatever's kicking my butt that semester. See, Pengy fairs. I know. I feel like you could currently see them. They're by the windowsill, but I can't keep them on the desk, which is what I'm trying to figure out. There's a lot of things Nintendo is like, dude. I grew up on Mario Kart and Wii Sports, like especially Mario Kart. I feel like that I logged so many hours in Mario Kart. It was kind of weird because I was only allowed to play video games on the weekends for like a little bit of time. Like I think it was like an hour or 2 hours a day on the weekends, which pros and cons, right? I do think it was good for my focus, but you know, I didn't play that much. But like when I would log on, I would just like be running time trials and Grand Prix on Mario Kart over and over and over. I think at one point I was like 10 and I had like, this is ridiculous, but I had the third fastest time trial on Luigi Circuit for Mario Kart Wii for like a week. And then it like got crushed immediately and is gone. Teacher side as professor was considered property of school. Yeah, dang, yeah, it's intellectual property. I think schools do put copyright, which I didn't know until med school, to be honest. Which so I guess it's good to know. It's just that I protect it because I don't want to get in trouble with it, right? Med schools are already finicky and touchy enough as it is. 4th of May. Oh man, good luck. You got about a week. How are you feeling? Y'all from my vocabulary. I like keeping it in. I like y'all in my vocabulary. Keeps the Michigan in me. Keeps it like homely. Mario Kart is the most stressful game of all time. Is that a legit claim? That would explain a lot. All right, you guys. We're on session 2 now. So I'll move the camera to a different angle without blurring out my head, hopefully. And you guys can go ahead and get started. Good luck. We got session 2, 3, 4, and then we'll have a long break, and then we got 3 more sessions after that. So we're just easing in, but hopefully you guys are ready. All right, here we go, y'all. Let's do this session 2. right, welcome back, y'all. That was session number 2. So, um, we've got another short break. We are halfway to our first and only long break of the day. So, you guys know the drill. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. We got 9.5 minutes to take another short break, and then we'll start session 3. Honestly, that one was fairly good for me. I'll give it like I'll give it like an 8 out of 10. It's pretty good. A little bit behind. Yeah, we'll give it a 7.5 out of 10 then. Otherwise, not bad. But yeah, feel free to say hi. Oh no, crashing out. What happened? Is it just the essay? I feel like I'm finally starting to at least a little bit get back into my groove. I've been in like a weird funk the last 2 days, but doing these cards now and I'm starting to slowly slowly get back into it. Although my mind is still semi-distracted because I keep thinking about my setup and I'm trying to figure out like how to optimize it, which is not what I need right now. Oh well. Hi Kimia, good to see ya. Doing some executive type work. Dang, fancy. Some loud folks in the co-worker space. Ah, dang. I wonder. Yeah. I mean, if they're really, really loud, probably. But that's a tough situation because that's really annoying. Because then you don't want to feel like the butthole who asks them to like quiet down, and then it's like awkward. But you also don't want to like you have to concentrate too. I'm sure like they should be kind of mindfully cognizant of that, right? That other people are quietly working. Mm. That says make you sleepy. That's fair. I'm alert a little bit. I mean, I'm up. Am I tired always? But I had food before. I'm a little bit sleepy from a blood sugar crash, but not crazy. 6 out of 10 artist, nice. What are you studying for today, artist? Yeah, I think Kimi is right as well. Probably better to do it than to silently suffer and not be able to concentrate. Oh, sonography exam tomorrow. Okay. That's funny. I think Hannah, where is Hannah? I feel like Hannah might get on in a little bit. I feel like she's usually on a little bit later in the evening. I think Princess Strawberry also hops on usually a little bit later in the evening. I know Strawberry likes to work at night. I usually see her after like 9 p.m., 9 p.m. Eastern Standard. Um, but I think she did mention the other day she had a meeting with her editor today as well, so she might just have done that and then taken the night off. I don't know. I guess we'll see her later if she pops by. Um, yeah, I don't know where Hannah is. She's probably around. very random, but I am really, really, really itching to ride my motorcycle right now, but it's still leaking oil and I haven't had time to fix it. I didn't even get to fix it today or yesterday. So I am like just like itching to get out there and I can't. I've got a pair of new boots coming in on Thursday that I'm really excited for, but I can't use the birdie thing because it's still leaking oil. Oh no, but that's the only other thing distracting me right now. Oh, and a crap ton of video editing. Everything's gonna happen next week, and after this exam is done, I'm just gonna be locked in on like video editing. A bunch of my friends are graduating from undergrad, so I'll go visit them probably, and then I just gotta survive this week. But this exam Friday is definitely looking hefty for sure. I forgetting a lot of stuff from week one, and I took a look at the syllabus for this exam, and 50% of the exam is just on week one content. I was like, what the heck? That's insane because that was not the majority of the lectures. The majority of the lectures were in the last week, and that's what I've been studying, and then it's annoying, but I will figure it out. Best part about having a motorcycle? I don't know. You know, it's weird because, like, it would be silly to not say that there's not some risk with it, right? Because even if I'm a really, really good rider, other people are kind of not great. I just like, so I only ride locally, and I ride a small sports bike. It doesn't go crazy fast. I used to be like a very speed demon-y type person, but not with the bike. I've never been with the bike. I just like being on, there's like a weird freedom. I don't know how else to put it. It sounds really cliche, but there's like a weird freedom of just being like you, two wheels, and just around. You feel the wind on you, right? Like it's so therapeutic. I don't even know how to explain it. The other thing is too that I really like is that to ride you have to be hyper aware, right? So what, like, you don't go out if you're distracted, or I don't go out if I'm like distracted or whatever. I like that it forces me to be in the moment. Like when I'm on the bike, I'm just enjoying the bike. I think that's the freedom from it, I feel. Oh, I've heard Konosuba. I have not watched that one yet, Artist. I've heard good things. Somebody recommended it to me. And joining your live before sunset. Yeah, I know. Sunset is getting really late now. I think sunset's towards 8:30 p.m. and then in the summertime it's gonna get closer to like 9:30. So it's still going. We're only in April. In June, July, it will be like bright outside until 9:30 p.m. So the majority of the streams will be in daylight. And then when we come back to the winter again, the sun will set at like 5 p.m. It's very variable between summer, spring, or winter and summer here. It's kind of nice though. Wish test knowledge and art exams. I do too. I'm not a big exam person. I was like kind of good at standardized exams, but like I don't know. It's hard for something like medicine, right? Because I mean because I'm in the foundational phase right now where I need this knowledge so that I can move on to the next thing, which is very hands-on. My grades next year are very weird. My grades next year are 50% exam and 50% like my preceptor or like my we call them attending physicians. They're supervising physicians, right? The score that they give me, but it's a very subjective score out of 5. And so half my score is a subjective score, which is pros and cons in one way, and then half my score is based on an exam, which is standardized, right? So I don't know. I don't like exams either, and I'm really bad at them, but I also can't think of a better standard way to do something like this. I think you can, Artist. If it doesn't let you, let me know. I think I might have links disabled actually for safety, but I can enable it too. Let me see. I have, what, a minute to enable it? Let me see if I can enable it for you real quick. It might be a pain, or it might be not as simple as I'd like it to be, but we'll see. Also, hi, Leon. I think I said hi to you earlier, right? I'm sorry. I don't know if I overlooked it. Let me know if it doesn't let you send the link, Artist. It might just not for safety. And then if that's the case, I can like type out a link. Or I think if you like put a space between dot and com, you should be good as well. So that it doesn't auto-link it. No one likes exams. Yeah, 9:30 p.m. Yep, it's really, our summers are very, very long here. It is lovely though in one way, because if you're, well, it was lovely growing up, because if I wasn't studying, it was so nice to be able to go outside and just be like 9:30 p.m. So you would spend the whole evening out. It would be cool. It'd be summer. It'd be breezy. It was really nice. And then, you know, nights are short, right? 6 p.m. sunset mark. Right, you guys are in southern hemisphere, right? So you guys are approaching winter. No one likes to examine the research finds subjective. Yeah, that's the problem too, is that they're not standardized, right? So it's really hard. But you need to know that your students are doing anything. I promise you, if I wasn't graded, I would not, unfortunately, like, dive in or study as crazy as I do now, which kind of sucks too, right? Even if I was interested, it's hard. Forced presentations. Yeah, I also like presentations, but that's also because I like yapping away. All right, y'all, here we go. We are on session 3. So I'm gonna move the camera back. The sun is setting. If I know it's like probably blasting me in the face right now. I'll move the camera. The sunset will catch in the back, and then you guys can get started. All right, y'all, here we go. Halfway to our long break. Let's do this. Okie dokie, welcome back, folks. That was session number 3. So we are almost halfway done. I think we'll be halfway done after this session. Well, sometime in the middle of this session. Feel free to say hi. This is our last short break before we have our first long break and only long break of the day after the next session. But if you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. 9.5 minutes. Hey Brenda, good to see ya. How are you? Um, I am working on currently doing chemotherapy drugs, and then I will be. Let me see what the second half of my day is after. I'm trying to finish my chemotherapy flashcards this session, and then transplant immunology and autoimmune diseases is the next half of the day. Oh, I need to sneeze, but it's not gonna come out. Oh no. That last session was pretty productive. I'll give it like an 8 out of 10 as well. Still gotta finish my chemotherapy cards though. There's a lot, and I'm forgetting stuff from before. Oh no. That's okay. 7 out of 10, lot to be done. Are you just working? You said you were doing some executive stuff today. What kind of like executive work, Kimia? Also, what about you, Verna? What are you working on? That did kind of go fast. 8 out of 10, awesome. Nice, artist. 6 out of 10, finished part 1 of the part 4 of the essay. I can smell the sarcasm through the screen. Damn, heavy. Amazing essay. But yeah, that last one's pretty productive. It was really nice too. I always like the sunset sessions. Um, I think that's when my brain slowly understands that the day is ending and it is time to start working before it's too late. So I get hyper productive once the sun goes down. Heck yeah, Abby. That's awesome. I mean, you're done with a quarter of it. Physics fluids, fluid dynamics. That's wow. I can't. I remember that. I will say that one, if you're still interested in med later, that one's like pretty useful. Just understanding basic fluid mechanics, because a lot of cardiology and a lot of nephrology and just general stuff is very dependent on fluid dynamics of the body. It's very interesting. This first physics chapter that doesn't feel like torture. Oh, okay, so you enjoy it. Yeah, yeah. I really liked. I mean, fluid mechanics are weird because I think when I took physics 2 at college, fluid dynamics can get messy when you start compressing or adding obstructions in the way, and like flow gets really weird. But like fluid pressures are fun. And then electricity I really enjoyed. I think what I didn't like in physics was learning about torque. Torque still gives me nightmares to think about, just because it's not like torque was a hard concept to understand, just setting up the schematics for torque. And what else was in physics that bothered me? I guess magnetism was kind of weird. It was cool once I got it, but man, it took me forever to get it. I don't know. I just hated like setting up some of those problems. But once I got it, it was really fun. Business plan for a group you're part of. Okay, then planning for next week. Nice, that's awesome. That's cool. What's like the business plan idea? Is there anything else? Do I snack while I'm studying? I actually had a little bit of a snack during that one. Like I had a little piece of candy in my desk that I felt my blood sugar crashing, and I felt myself getting tired, so I just had a little bit of sugar to keep going. But yeah, I guess it depends. I do snack sometimes when I'm studying. It depends. If I'm hungry, I know I'm gonna be distracted. So I try to eat a snack. Like if you see me dip out in the middle of session 2 and session, like somewhere in the middle of session 2 or 3, it's because I went to go get a snack. Or if I'm like dipping out in the evening, I come back and I magically have a protein shake in my hand, you know what happened. So I think it's good. I think it helps. As long as you're not like eating a bunch, because I know if I eat a bunch and then I try to study, oh man, I'm ready to take a nap right after that. Like an hour later, I might as well just not be there. Ask a question about heart pumping blood or ankle for rotational kinematics. Yeah, that's funny. That's really funny. I feel like a lot of med people are like that. I actually just generally liked, I don't know, I've always like, if I didn't go into medicine, I probably would have done chemical engineering. So I kind of like molecular physics. Actually, my whole degree in undergrad was technically, so the name of the degree, like it was listed under like a biochem subspecialty, but the name of the degree was specifically biomolecular science, because rather than focus on like the biochem part of biochem, I wanted to focus on the molecular physics part of biochem, like protein folding, etc. So I really enjoyed that sort of stuff. I liked physics. I took a lot of biophysics classes, and I really liked physical chemistry. I think physical chemistry was one of my most favorite class. It was really, really hard because we did quantum as well, like basic quantum, but it was really, really fun. I'm just glad I didn't have to do like the calc stuff required with it. I just it was very basic integrations. Has a candy and a Celsius made me the Celsius candy combo goes crazy. That's funny. Damn, I don't like the taste of Celsius, surprisingly. Like, I'm a very big White Monster Energy person, and I like other energy drinks, but Celsius is just really bitter to me for some reason. Do I have siblings? I have four younger siblings. I got two younger brothers and two younger sisters. Um, one brother's in undergrad right now. One brother is finishing up 11th grade, and then my sisters are finishing up ninth and 7th grade, respectively. So I'm the eldest of five. Big house, big family, thankfully. Um, Keeps it very interesting around here for sure. There's never a dull moment. They're pretty good about staying out of my room for like the most part when I'm studying. My mom makes sure of that, but yeah, I've got a good amount of siblings. It is very nice. My mom is very good about making sure that they don't. My I mean, also not gonna lie, the camera has helped because they also don't want to hop into the camera, which is sweet. Um, because like they don't want to come on my stream, right? Like so it makes it a lot easier. Well, it's not that they don't want to come on my stream. They're old enough to understand, and they some there has been mishaps a couple of times. I think even on stream. I think last semester my brother was like trying to put something away in my closet, and I was talking to the camera, and he just popped up in the back, and I was like, "Bruh, my camera's on." He's like, "Oh shit," and oh crap, censored that. Sorry. And he just kind of like skedaddled out of the room after, but. Oh, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, Abby. They're when I'm off camera, their full-time job is to annoy me as much as possible. Trust me. Um, they like they make up for it by being like double if they can. My youngest sister is like a type A person. My youngest sister's a type A personality, and so she's like obsessive about getting 100% on all of her assignments for no reason at all. I tell her to chill out. She's in 7th grade. I don't know why she does this, but she has a med student in the house, so she comes and bothers me about every single subject, and I'm like, yeah, 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 I did. That's funny. but like she'll harass me nonstop. My other sister's more chill, and then my brothers are kind of older, right? So they do their own thing. We say my siblings would barge and leave the door wide open and drink your coffee. Yeah, no, that definitely happens off camera. Don't worry, Brenda. All the time. All the time, trust me. Especially when I was younger. Oh, man. When I was younger or when I was in high school, it was impossible to get 20 minutes apiece. Now everybody's older now. Everybody has stuff to do and they're all studying all the time too. But when I was in like high school, man, that was rough. I think when I went to college, I was away most of the day. I would basically leave the house at like 6, 7 a.m. I would come home at 9, 10 p.m. So like I barely saw them when I was in college. I would just come home to eat and sleep basically. But now I'm home most of the time. So if you ever see the camera shake, by the way, like in the middle of a study session, it's because they're running around. Like genuinely, they're chasing each other up and down the stairs or they're throwing around doors. So if you see the camera randomly go and shake in the middle of a study session, or I look at the door, you can kind of infer what happened. Yeah, that was I did show my phone. That made it worse too, because I was trying to show my phone to hide him to protect his identity, and then I just showed my entire phone to the camera instead. I completely forgot I did that. Wow, that was hilarious. That was funny. But yeah, I think since then they've gotten better. I completely forgot I did that. I just grabbed the nearest thing too. Yeah, that's them running around. There's like 8 of us living in my house. There's me, my 2 parents, my 4 younger siblings, and my grandfather. So it is it is always an adventure around here, but in the evenings, especially around like I think maybe this is why I'm hard conditioned to get most of my work done after hours, because they'll be in bed by like 10 p.m. and after that it's like quiet in the house and it's just me like locked in. So maybe that's partly why I became a night owl, was just out of focus and years of conditioning. All right, y'all. I might move the camera, I might not move the camera. The sun's a little bit out, but it's like mostly set. I'll leave it for now. But this is session 4. Long break after this one. Yeah, that's all I got. Good luck, everybody. Here we go. This is going to be session 4. Long break after this one. Push through on this one, and then we can go get dinner, lunch, or eat, or just take a break. And then we've got 3 sessions after that. All right, y'all. Here we go. Good luck. All right, welcome back, everybody. That was session number 4. So, as promised, we've got a long break now, which means, uh, what does that mean? I'm tripping right now. Hang on, the light is messing with me. There we go. We've got a long break right now. So, if you have been studying for the last 4 hours, now is a great time to get up and go get some dinner or some food or some lunch, take a walk, get away from screens. But if you need to study during this block, feel free to go ahead and start at the 60-minute mark. And then if you stop at the 10-minute mark, that'll be another 50 minutes of Pomodoro session for you. Wow. Okay. I'll be here for like 5-10 minutes. Let me know how that last session was. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying. And then at the 60-minute mark, I will be quiet. I will go take my long break. And then those of you who need to study can study, and everybody else can enjoy their long break. But yeah, we've got some time. Feel free to say hi. 9 out of 10 artists. Awesome. That's great. I'll probably give that one. That was pretty productive for me too. I'll probably give it like an 8 out of 10 again. These cards are taking forever. I really wanted to be done with the chemotherapy stuff by now, but it's okay. We take what we can get for now. This light is definitely gonna mess with me for now. I will figure out the lighting situation tomorrow. Yeah, feel free to say hi. Seven out of 10, I'm right. Nice. Sitting during long break, fair enough. You got an exam tomorrow, that's faster. Me too, dude. It takes me so long to do these Aki cards, which is a problem because there's so many to get through, and I definitely am behind right now, but that's okay. I'm finally getting back into the swing of things. Yep. Nice, pretty locked in. That's awesome. Good to hear. Yeah, me too. I was trying to get back into it. 4 out of 10, Abby. Oh no, why 4 out of 10? Not as productive that session, or just couldn't focus? Or just didn't get as much as you wanted done? I mean, I think now is a great time to take a nap, Kimia. Depends on what time it is for you, though. It's probably really, really early, right? For you? I don't think a nap would be a bad idea. I think as long as it's not a 30-minute nap, that's all you should just try to avoid like an exact 30-minute nap. A 15-minute nap is great and an hour nap is good, but a 30-minute nap will mess you up. Oh no. 4 minutes isn't terrible. I feel like 4 minutes out of 50 is forgivable. I do still need to set that up. Thank you for reminding me. I will set that up. I think it's gonna have to wait for after this exam. There's just too much going on, and I cannot afford another thing to worry about right now, given how behind I am with stuff for school. How so? So they did this is some pretty cool science on sleep, but basically when you nap, sleep, or rest, you have something called a REM cycle, and REM cycles are, to like simplify it, basically how your brain like operates during your sleep. One full REM cycle takes about 90 minutes. So like if you are taking a nap, the best length nap you can take is like 90 minutes, but 60 minutes is okay because you'll still wake up and be fine. What they found is that a 30-minute nap will actually make you groggier because you'll just like start to enter deep sleep, and then if you get yanked out of it, you'll be way more tired than if you had just not taken the 30-minute nap. A 15-minute nap is fine because you never get into deep sleep, right? And a 60-minute nap is good because you're in deep sleep, but you're starting to come out of it anyway by 60 minutes. It's just that 30-minute one will make you very groggy and not feel good usually. That's what I've heard. And, personal experience too, that's what I found too. If I can get, I try to avoid naps because if I take a nap, I know I'm going to sleep for 3 hours and I can't do one. But I think 1 hour or 15 minutes or even 20 minutes is good. It's just like that 30 to 45 1-minute nap, that's like pretty bad for you. Or at least you'll feel worse after. But of course, it always depends on how much sleep you've actually had too, right? I think taking a nap would be a great idea. That's a good use of the long break. The forest can wait. Yeah, I probably will have to, unfortunately. Right now, I think my priorities are exam Friday, exam, and then I gotta get into research. I'll probably do it the week after my exam. I'll just spend a couple of days in the lab, just grind out some work. Or I could do it at home. Now I have another monitor, actually. I could totally do it from home. I might do that. Um, and then edit those videos, vlogs, whatever that I have on the table, and then fix the oil pan on my bike. If I can get those done over the next week after my exam, I'm solid for the summer, I think. Except for research, which is going to be an all summer problem. Grab some dinner sounds good. Okay, sounds good. I will also be going to go get dinner in about 4 minutes. I actually need to go get what's it called? I had to pack some boxes too during my break. Actually recommended 30 minutes, even doctors. That's interesting. Let me see if I can find the study on this because I have definitely looked into this a lot. 30-minute, let's see, 30-minute nap. Oh, it should be less than 30 minutes. Yeah. I think it's that 30 to 45-minute mark that's supposed to be bad for you. Yes, napping longer than 30 minutes. Here it is. I found it. Okay. Let's see. 90-minute, 30-minute. Let's see. I mean, this is a study. I don't know if you want the whole like research paper on it, but it's a pretty good article. When will my research be published? Oh man, it's gonna take a long time. Probably gonna take at least a year and a half. It's gonna be I'm still working on data collection. I have a good amount of stuff already published, actually. I've got a lot of posters and papers out right now. So I've got like 8 publications, but that includes like, or well, I guess I'm at like 10 or 11 now. But that includes like abstracts, posters, presentations, conferences. I have 3 actual like papers, I think, out. I have 1 I need to review and fix up, but it's gonna be a lull for a while. I've got another conference I need to present at in September, and then like a couple other in the fall. And then I want to push out 2 or 3 big papers next year. So a lot of it is just smaller like conferences, posters, presentations type stuff. But yeah, I'm just looking at the study now too real quick. No nap group, 14-minute. Yeah, so it's like if you get less than a 30-minute nap, you're good. I think it's like that once you get past 30 minutes, it gets bad unless you can go all the way to 90, maybe? I don't see the 60-minute group on this study. I'll have to look into it too for sure. That's what I remember reading about before though, was like you don't want to go past 30 minutes. Like 30 to 45-minute naps are probably the worst thing you could do. If you could stay 30 or under, you should be good. Oh, and it's a lot about delay too, right? Because it takes time to fall asleep, that's why. That's cool. But yeah, artists, it's gonna be it's gonna be a while. Just because there's so much data I need to collect with this particularly, like my particular focus, there's just it's a retrospective study for like, that's like 10 years worth of data that needs to be sorted. So that's why it's taking forever with the main stuff. But on the side, like that other organization I work with, the high schools in the area where we do athletic events, we also do like medical education like research to figure out like, hey, what's the most optimized way to get med students to learn or whatever on so we were recently comparing like, oh, simulation cases versus like lecture-based learning, like what's the balance, how much lecture should you get, how much simulation should you get for like field training. So like that stuff I'm like pushing out right now. I have submitted an abstract for a conference, and then if that abstract gets accepted, then I'll have a conference in June to attend. So it's like little stuff, nothing huge right now. A lot of the bigger stuff will come next year. Well, I share it once I'm done. I'll probably don't want to drop it on my YouTube channel. I might drop it in the Discord. The problem is like, if I drop it, then it like my school, everything, it's like tied to that, right? Because it's public. So I won't drop it on the YouTube channel, but like I probably would be more than happy to DM or send it to people who are like interested, or people who have been here for a while and are interested. I just don't want to publicly post it on the channel, you know? Like Discord or like whatever else. I think what you could do, Kimia, is like sleep for or nap for like 20, 25 minutes and you should be good. Get a little more rest. Okay. All right, y'all, I'm pretty hungry. So I'm gonna go get some food and then go pack a million boxes and hope that I finish in time. Um, yeah, that's all I got for you guys. If you have been studying for the last 4 hours, go take a break. We've still got 3 more hours to go. If you need to study through the long break, go ahead and get started. Just don't forget to stop at the 10-minute mark, but pace yourself because we still have 3 sessions to go and you don't want to be wiped out by the end. Yeah, that's all I got. Everybody else, go enjoy your long break. I'll see y'all in a little bit. Hey y'all, welcome back. I hope you guys had a good long break or a productive long break. Um, yeah, we got like 4 minutes. Feel free to say hi. We could just chill out. I've already moved the camera a little bit. Um, and then we'll go ahead and get started with the second half of our day. Or well, we're well over the second actually. We're in like the last what? I don't want to do the math. We've done whatever 4/7% are. Yeah, feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying. And then we'll get started. Nice. Me too, artist. Well, I didn't study, I just ate. Excuse me. I was trying to pack boxes, but I took so long just like eating. And my sister like had a little like, I don't know what you call them. I guess the medical term is like a hematoma. Um, so she wanted me to take it out before it scarred up. So I just did, like, I heated up a needle and whatnot and just like opened it up so it doesn't scar out for her. So that took me like 20 minutes to just doing minor, I don't know what you call it, a minor procedure, so to speak, for her, because she was like, I don't want a scar on my finger, and I was like, fine, I'll take care of it. Ate a nice meal. Nice, nice. Had some chocolate. Yummy. That's pretty good. I had made a protein shake for later when I start inevitably crashing in about an hour and a half. And then honestly might grab a Diet Mountain Dew or something too to just caffeinate the last couple hours. She she's a character. She knows I'm a med student. I'm not even trained in any procedures yet, right? Like the only procedures I can do are obviously like basic CPR, all that stuff. But when I was in undergrad, my research lab and I was working with rats, I got trained to do rat surgery. So basically what that entailed was putting a catheter, like a port into, so if you have a rat here, like this is your rat or whatever, let's grab Pangy. Sorry, Pangy. So if you have your rat on the back here, you could access basically go around into their jugular vein. So I would install a port that would access their jugular vein so that they could get drug administration directly to their heart. So that's my experience with surgery, and that's why I know how to do the most random surgical things right now, is because I did them on rats, and then also anatomy lab this year, but that doesn't really count as surgery, right? Tomorrow's schedule, I have classes from like 1 to 5. I need to squeeze the gym in there somewhere, so I likely will try to get on for a 4-hour session in the evening around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, unless I can get done early with class. If I can get done early with class, I'll go to the gym earlier and I'll just get on earlier. Yes, the one with the blue hat is Pangy, and then the other one is Pom Pom, because she has these. My sister named this one because she has these little pom poms. Then, if you had a pet rat, I could help them. Well, maybe. I've done CPR on a rat, if that's what you're looking for. My survival rate was pretty good for rat surgeries. I don't know if I could do rat trauma surgery, but if your rat needs heart surgery, yeah, I could probably help a little. I'd have to brush up on my like rat suturing skills, because the hard part was that their veins were so small that like the longest part of that wasn't like even the opening the rat up or anything. The hardest part was like snaking the tube into the vein, because the vein was less than the like width of my fingernail. It was ridiculous. Yes, I did CPR on a rat. It was it's a bit of a longer story, but basically it was one of the first rats I was operating on. I had supervision too under like a vet tech as well, who was training me how to do surgery. and he was under anesthesia for too long, so we had to do CPR to see if we could bring him back. I don't remember if one of them made it in the training sessions and one of them didn't, but for the most part, most of my rats made it. No, not mouth to mouth, not mouth to, well, okay. I'll explain. There was like air resuscitation, but it's not mouth to mouth. It's a different way to do it. But I want us to start session 5, so remind me, and I'll tell you about how CPR on a rat works. But yeah, we're on session 5. So, yeah, you guys can go ahead and get started. That's it. Here we go. Good luck, y'all. We're in the second half. And we got 3 sessions to go, so here we go. welcome back. That was session number, what was that? We at 5? 5. Nice, so we are almost in the home stretch for the night. Look at that. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying tonight. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. We got another 10-minute short break here, and then we will start session number 6. Feel free to say hi. That was pretty productive. I actually got more than I thought I was going to get done in that session, so I'm going to give it a solid 9. Hannah, good to see ya. How are you? Seven out of 10. Fair. Sleepy. That's so understandable. It is 11:30 p.m., so it makes sense. Have a good night, artist. Thank you for coming by. Good luck on your exam tomorrow. You'll do great. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, or in the next week. I'll be here a lot. Oh, don't acknowledge you yet. Okay, I'll pretend you're not here. No problem, artist. Have a good night. Hello, welcome back. How are you? Good to see you, Hannah. Um, Slightly. I would be lying if it wasn't slightly. But also, like, I don't mean to be toxically positive, but frame it this way. It's also an opportunity for you to flex how much you know and how much more you know than everybody else about pre-med stuff, right? Um, but I get that. It is a really demoralizing exam, and honestly, most of it, I say this over and over, most of it is not what you're gonna see in med school at all. So it's kind of crazy that you have to stress over it, but I do think the skill set that you get on the MCAT or learning how to take the MCAT do translate over. So it's not a bad skill set to have. That's funny. It's okay. That was how my day has been kind of going. I was like, oh, I'm definitely gonna get on by 3 o'clock, and then before you knew it, it was like 5:30. I was like, shoot, I have to get on. Um, Kind of was in a mental block all weekend, but I'm doing better now. Now that I kind of like started studying again, I feel better. Um, I rearranged my entire room yesterday, so it feels new. I'm just waiting on some cables and stuff to come in, and then I'll have another monitor, which is nice. Um, Not that I can do 2 Anki cards at the same time, but like, it'll just be nice because then I don't have to constantly flipping between screens, especially when doing note taking or research. Um, but I have like a lot of other things. I really wanted to work on those vlogs the other week, and I have an exam this week that I'm very under prep for, so that's definitely going to get pushed back. My motorcycle is still leaking oil, so that's definitely going to get pushed back. But after my exam this week, I'm hoping next weekend I can catch up on all those little side like projects that I wanted to catch up on. Tell me more about what I do as a Muslim. Yeah. Um, I mean, okay. So there's a lot of rules. I don't know if a lot of the rules do overlap with like Orthodox Christianity for the most part. I do think so. Like, no sex before marriage, no drinking, no pork. Food has to be slaughtered. Like, okay, so like food is a big one because certain food, like we can have meats, but certain meats are off limits. Like food from or like meats like carnivorous animals, right? No tigers, lions, etc. All seafood is allowed though, and we can have like chicken, cattle, yada yada, normal stuff as long as it's slaughtered a specific way. You've probably heard of zabiha halal. That's a contended thing too. There are some Muslims that don't do that, but for the most part, most Muslims will eat zabiha halal. So that's the food wise. The basic gist, I mean, like, it's just belief. Islam is just belief in one God, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, the last messenger, and then 5 daily prayers, fasting during Ramadan, giving 2.5% of your like savings a year towards charity, and going to pilgrimage once in your lifetime. So that's like the basic gist of it. But otherwise, most of the other like you do not do lists overlaps mostly with like Orthodox Christianity or most Orthodox religions. 4-hour rager, not too long. I said 6 months. Okay, that's fair. That's funny. 4 hours straight, no 10 minutes. Jeez. Okay, that's wild. 1 8-minute video once, really informative. So, okay, it's a very interesting topic, and it gets very, very nuanced, very, very fast with the marriage stuff. So it's not necessarily that it's like, oh dang, 10%. I didn't know that. No, for most Muslims, it's 2.5% charity, and it has to go to like 4 people, and then there's like dedicated like sections of who's considered poor and who's not. But it's not necessarily arranged marriage. Like you can have a love marriage. It's just that like, how do I explain it? Interaction with the opposite like gender is kind of nuanced, right? So it needs to be modest and intentions need to be like clear, right? The intention is like you want to kind of avoid the situation of being in a situationship, or dating is off limits, but you can, if you're serious about like being with somebody long term, you can get engaged with them, right? You're not going straight from like nothing to everything. You can get engaged with them. The idea is to make your relationship like public and families are agreeing and like everybody's happy, and then you move forward. So it's not necessarily that has to be an arranged marriage. There is a lot of history with that too, right? Obviously, because that's the easier way to do it if you can't have like normal interactions oftentimes. Well, not normal, but it's really nuanced. And it's kind of, I don't know how to, I'm not the best person at explaining it usually because it's kind of, there's a lot of gray area and a lot of people think different things. But the gist of it is just like you're not supposed to date in the traditional Western sense, if that makes sense. All chem physics, yikes, for 4 hours? That's crazy. That sounds like a headache. Engaged, but you could also, like, you're still in that, like, so engage, as in, like, you intend to marry the person and, like, you worked out everything, yada, yada, yada. You can get to know the person-ish, but, like, it's, again, this is where, like, you get a bunch of different schools of thought and a lot of different, like, arguments towards how far you can go with interaction with the opposite gender. Some scholars are like to the level that like you shouldn't even be talking to anybody who's of the opposite gender except for strictly work purposes, and other ones are like, okay, well, don't be secluded. I think the general consensus is you shouldn't be secluded with somebody of the opposite gender typically, unless they're your family, right? But like being out in school or whatever, like, or having coworkers, yada, obviously that's fine for the most part. So it would be like engaged, but oftentimes what happens is folks will get engaged, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But like, it's not like, you could still get to know people, right? Like, I'm not saying, I can't endorse like them being friends, so to speak, but like, people. Like when you're in class, when you have a crush on somebody, for example, I think this is a great way to go about it, and you're in class and oh, this person's really cool. You can get to know them in public settings and then kind of move forward with it. It's really complicated. I have to find a better video explaining this because I'm well read in a lot of Islamic theology, but this is definitely one topic where there's just so much contention, it gets really muddled really fast. But yes, engaged to be engaged, but you can still like, meet with them as long as you're supervised, essentially. That's the best way to go about it. Yeah, so dating, like Western sense of dating is off limits, right? Well, no, it's not in range necessarily. I know why this sounds really convoluted. No, Abby, you didn't miss the rat story. I actually didn't give it. I guess we're saving it for the next section because this break is already over. That's crazy. Um, but it's not a range. It's not always a range. Okay, I'll give you. I'm not trying to take it into the study session, but real quick, just to clarify myself. So the best example is like, let's say I'm chilling in a class and I meet a girl who I like, right? I'm not going to go out with this girl to go get coffee, etc., etc. But like maybe I'm in class and I'm talking to her and we get to know each other just while we're like in the same class, right? And then I'm like, hey, I really like you. Let me get your dad's number and see if this will work out. And then it goes from there, right? And then if at some point it doesn't work out, then you know, you cut it clean and nobody's left in a weird situationship. That's it. Okay. I can talk about it in the next short break. It's a really long subject, but essentially you can do that, right? Oh, sorry, Mr. Vicky. Dang, that's a good way. 40 minutes. That's crazy. That's good cardio. All right, y'all. I'm gonna move the camera and I'm gonna change the lights. You guys can go ahead and get started. Rat story. I'll explain how to do rat CPR in the next short break. I got caught up with that. My apologies for rambling. All right, y'all. Let's do this. Session 6. We are at 6, and then we only have one more after this. So here we go. Last stretch of the night. Let's do this. Good luck. Alright, welcome back. That was session number 6, so this is our last short break of the night. You guys know the drill. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying today. And if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. This is our last short break, and then we'll start our last session of the night, and then we'll call it a day. Yeah, feel free to say hi. Let me know how that last one was. I'd give it like a solid 9. Well, let's give it an 8.5. Definitely need to get up and stretch a little bit. My neck is hurting, but not bad otherwise. Excuse me. Eight and a half, 9. Nice. Awesome. Dang, we did 2 car sections. Awesome. Oh, that's okay. That's really good. So is it just like time that's bothering you, maybe? Also, sorry, I'm like moving stuff around on the screen too. I know. There we go. That's funny. It's very interesting that you got it wrong on the redo, though. I wonder why. Time, yeah. Time is the hard part. I think time was definitely the thing, even to the end, I was struggling with. Um, but I think that's just practice. Like, the faster you get at answering the question, the faster you feel with time. But it is weird. Nice, nice. That's awesome. That means that you're picking up from like what you're getting wrong, which is good. That means that you're making like great progress. That's it. That's how it should be. That means hopefully that like when you actually take the real thing, that if you're correcting the mistakes in your head and you're not just memorizing the right answers, um, that like your score will shoot up exponentially. Honestly, that's all it is for score improvement, is like figuring out what you're getting wrong and fixing it, and then you'll realize very quickly a lot of the stuff that you're fixing is actually really high yield, and then you'll like bump your score like a ton. Very nice. Sounds like you're making good progress. Well, by memorize I meant like you memorized the what you call it. Like you when you did it in review, you either did it in review so recently that you just remember what the right answer was supposed to be and that's why you picked it, or versus like you actually remember the reason you got stuff wrong and how and you're going about problems differently, if that makes sense. It's hard to differentiate the two because a lot of stuff will just sit there in your memory too, which is the only issue with like redoing problems you got wrong. But I do think it's still more helpful than just ignoring them at all. Man, I don't know why I've got a fit of the yawns right now. It's like the third time in like 2 minutes I yawned. All right. There we go. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's so weird. So your second choice is more correct in non-testing. I wonder if it's just the time getting to you. I wonder what would happen if you took one test just completely untimed. Because it might just be like a mental blockade, which would be like really annoying, but like a good thing to note now so you can figure out how to fix time. Time is a weird one to fix though for that exam. I definitely think time is a little more, what's the word, like nuanced to fix because it just involves doing the same things that you're doing but faster, which you can't really, there's no one quick fix for that. That's just pure practice. Non-testing, huh? Yeah, that makes sense. It might just be an endurance thing too. Hmm. Or just lack of like the pressure is getting to you, because that's a very fair thing with the MCAT. The pressure is like definitely a huge score tanker. Because then you're panicked, you don't think clearly, you're just so worried about like, oh, what happens if I get this question wrong that you don't even stop to read what you're supposed to read. Did worse on time and the questions that okay. That makes sense. I mean, that's fixable then, right? Oh, excuse me. Learning how to psych yourself out. I'm learning like what I did for me, because like definitely that was something I was running into as well. Um, Endurance, yeah, it might not be an endurance thing then if you're just used to taking it at this point. It doesn't sound like it. What it might be more so is, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a mental blockade. And if you, how do I want to get like say this? What I found is like, especially because I was like in panic mode a lot of times when I took full tests and I would get a lot of silly mistakes, is even if something as simple as like just taking a second to just breathe, like 4 seconds in, 4 seconds out, 4 seconds in, hold 4 seconds, 4 seconds out, breathe out, and just like doing that like 2 times. Yeah, you're losing a little bit of time, but like you get to just sit back, just like calm your sympathetic nervous system down, right? Reduce your anxiety right there, and then you can go back, look at the problem, and if you still don't know it, then you can move on. But you can do so with a rational head, and then your brain will come back around and still like try to process that information when you're not like pressed for it. Still burnt out. Yeah, that's just MCAT sucks like for that because you could do the endurance thing like, you know, the whole time, but when you're actually taking one of those full lengths, that you can't maintain it like that level of like alertness for 8 hours straight. It's not possible. I mean, part of it is just practice, but part of it is also like coping strategies too, right? Like the breathing thing I was talking about was something I picked up when like, you know, I was taking it because a lot of times even I forget the order of things. Is it chem physics first or third? But just by like, you know, the second session, you're like, oh my God, I'm so tired, and you're just like, okay, I need this section to be over, and then you're making a crazy amount of silly mistakes. Just learning how to ground yourself out, because 90 minutes is a good amount of time. It doesn't feel like it, but it is enough time for you to like, because there are going to be problems where you spend a little longer, you spend a little shorter, and just giving yourself a little bit of like leeway with it is helpful. Do I remember my score? Yeah, I very, very much remember my score. I only took it once. I don't know if I want to say it out loud though, but I don't mind texting it to you over Discord later if you ask me. But it was okay. It's okay, it's chem physics, cars, and biochem, and psych, so gotcha. Dang, did Abby miss the break? I was supposed to explain how to do rat CPR, but I'm not going to do it if she's not here. But yeah, like finding ways to like intermittently within the sections, just like ground yourself. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Is so beneficial, because then you're not running off of just pure anxiety and epinephrine the whole time. I remember it went by so fast. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know where everyone went. They're here. There's 10 people here. I think everybody's studying. They're trying to finish up before the night ends. That's okay. I think the last short breaks are always a little quiet, and then after the last session, everybody picks up. But I will not be around for too much longer after the last session today because I got class tomorrow. All right, y'all. We're on the last session of the night. So I'm gonna move the camera and change the lights back so I can stop getting sleepy. You guys can go ahead and get started. This is the last session of the night. Just finish strong, and then we're there. I'll be here for like no more than 5 minutes after the session to just chat while I'm cleaning up. But that's it. Here we go. Last one. Let's do this, y'all. Good luck. Push through. You guys got this. All right, welcome back, everybody. That was our last session of the night. Crazy, but we're all done for today. I'll be here for like a few minutes, like 5 minutes or so. Feel free to say hi. If you're just joining in, let me know what you're studying, and if you were just studying with me, let me know how that last session was out of 10. If you need to go for the day, feel free to bounce. Thank you for coming. I'll be on tomorrow evening, probably, most likely in the like late evening, just for 4 hours. I got class most of the day, unfortunately. But I'll try to be on around like 7, 8, 9, probably closer to 8, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard. If you're not in the Discord, come join the Discord. And if you are in the Discord, come say hi. And yeah, oh, I updated the schedule for the next week as well. So study schedule is up to date. Good one, nice. Yeah, I think that last one was pretty productive too. I finished most of my flashcards for the day, which I was shocked that I thought I wasn't gonna. So I'm pretty pleasantly surprised. Give me 1 second, y'all. But yeah, let me know how that last session was for you. Let me go grab the camera so I can pack up. Oh no, good morning, Kivia. Did you take a nap and accidentally? Yeah, that's fair. That happens. I do that all the time. I don't trust myself with naps. I have to set like 7 alarms to wake myself up. But hopefully you feel a little more well rested. I feel like that's more important. Because if you're tired, you're not going to get any proper studying done. Oh no, never doing that again. Yeah, well, at least you caught the end of the stream. Like Abby was saying, never doing that again. No, I'm sorry. So let me give you a little hack too. Elizabeth, I don't know if you remember when she was in stream. I haven't seen her in stream in a while, but I know she's into Discord once in a while. Put me on this thing called NSDR, which is called non-sleep deep rest. I think Andrew Huberman, he's a neuroscientist, has a good couple videos on it. But basically, instead of sleeping, you can kind of trick your brain into getting real rest without falling asleep and doing the oversleeping thing. That's what I'll do sometimes if I don't want to fall asleep or I only want to sleep for 20 minutes, is I'll just put on one of those NSDR things. I can even link one if you want for next time instead of falling asleep. But yeah, I don't do naps anymore because I already know I will never be able to sleep for 20 minutes. I'll just sleep for 2 hours. Watch previous recorded stream from this. Yeah, I know. I feel like nothing beats live. Even for me, nothing beats live in general. But unfortunately, med school is a lot more than just studying sometimes, so I cannot always stream, which is probably good for my mental health too. 9 out of 10. Okay, nice. Glad that last session was productive for you. That's awesome. But yeah, I know I've been a little bit lazier this semester too. It's definitely going to bite me in the butt. I'm going to take this exam Friday, realize that I accidentally shot myself in the foot, and then I'm going to be here like 12 hours a day every day for 3 weeks to compensate. Lazy. It's crazy that my standard has gone to like, oh, me taking 1 day off every 3 weeks is lazy, but that's genuinely what it is now. Tis the med school cycle. That's fair. That's fair. Hopefully it's a lot easier than last year. If it's anything like last year's exams, I'm genuinely cooked. I am banking on it being a little easier because it's going to be like national board exam based now instead of like faculty written. So last year it was faculty written exams, which was crazy because it was like a bunch of PhDs who were like expert in their own topics. And they would write like these high level PhD level type questions on biochem and microbio and God knows what else. But this year it's just based on USMLE Step 1 stuff, which is why I can use third-party stuff to prep. So I'm hoping, the hope, at least anyway, is, what was I saying? The hope is that it's easier because it's standardized now, or more standardized. Oh, so yes, Kimia, I got you. It's right there. That's a 20-minute version. He also has a 10-minute version. But the idea is like you lay down and you sort of listen to the meditation type thing. It's not meditative, actually. It's different. It's not really... It's more like guided, just resting. Like he walks you through which muscles to relax and like controlling your breathing. So it like simulates sleep. Instead of like you actually falling asleep. I mean, you could totally fall asleep while doing it, but I feel like when somebody's talking in my ear, I usually put on headphones to do it if I need it. I only like I was doing it during Ramadan because I was like sleeping 2-3 hours a night that month at a time where I would sleep 2 or 3 hours in a day and then 2 or 3 hours at night while trying to study for finals. Brutal. One of the most brutal ones of my life for sure. But we survived somehow. I'm still shocked, to be honest. But yeah, those were nice. 20-minute little resets and then you're good. And then you can keep going, I feel like. It's not a full replacement for sleep, but if you don't get a full night's of sleep, this is probably the next best alternative. Evil. What, the last session was evil? Or the faculty's evil? Finish your car, and then through bio, and it's... Ah, that's fair. The discretes, yeah, the discretes are supposed to be free points, but they're crazy. Gonna go for 2 more hours, I'm right? Fair, fair. Damn, bro, you've been at it all day, though, right? Like, you were studying all morning, too, and then you were studying all evening. That's crazy. Are you actually retaining the info? Like, I feel like I would be conked out if because you're, like, what, an hour 14 now? Finish an hour of lecture. That's fair. Okay, well, I guess, yeah. Oh, yeah, faculty, yeah. My school's, like, not many schools do it anymore. I think most schools have moved to a more standardized type of thing. But my school is, like, one of the few left that likes to do that for some reason. I mean, it's good in one way. To be honest, I complain about it, but like my first year of med school was very, very organized. It was very much, hey, you need to watch this lecture and you need to learn this lecture. Right now, the struggle is trying to figure out what's going to be on the exam somewhat. Because it's just kind of, they gave us a list of broad topics. Like, I'm losing the ability to speak. That's how you know it's bedtime for me. They just kind of gave us a list of broad topics for this exam on Friday. It's like, figure it out. So here's hoping I can figure it out. But last year was, yeah, very much like, if it was in lecture notes, it was fair game. They would never ask anything outside of lecture notes. This year, it could be anything. Discretes make you so angry because you're vaguely familiar. Yeah, I know. I felt the same about bio. But biochem was my worst section on the MCAT as well. Because I like crap on bio so much, it obviously came back to bite me. Maybe I'm just salty over that. That's why I hate bio. Sounds good, Abby. Go grab a nap. A nap? Go get some rest, dude. It is it is 2 in the morning. But sounds good. I'll be here tomorrow. Unless you're done. Go take a break if you finish tomorrow. Take care. Hope you get a little bit of rest. Or at least a little bit of rest, not just a little bit of rest. Alright, well, I think that's also my cue. Because we got about a minute left anyway, and I gotta go take out my contact lenses. My eyes feel like the Sahara Desert at the moment. How many hours of sleep do I average? It's weird. It depends. Honestly, it depends. Exam sleep season, I sleep better. Isn't that crazy? Exam season, I probably sleep like 7-8 hours a night because I don't have school most days those days. I guess like the couple days before exam, we don't have classes, so I get more sleep those days. And I just wake up, study for 12-14 hours, and then sleep those days. So then I could sleep like 8-10 hours. Normally, my schedule's all over the place. So if I had to put a number on it, probably about 5 to 6 hours a night right now, which is not what I like. I think weekends I definitely push 8 to 10, but weekdays probably like 5 to 6. I think the lower end being some days I will literally run for like an 18-hour day on 2 hours of sleep just because of how it is. And then other days I'll get to sleep in and then I'll be good. So the average is probably like around 5 to 6, but the variability or the standard deviation is probably also like 6. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. Let those of you guys who need to study some more get studying again. Everybody else, yeah. So thank you guys for coming. You guys are awesome. I love having you here. Thank you for the company. You guys make this way more enjoyable. And for those of you guys who have finals this upcoming week, good luck. You guys will do great. What else? If you're not in the Discord, come join the Discord. I've updated the study schedule for the entire week, so go peek that if you want to see what when I'm studying this week on your time zone. But yeah, that's all I got for you guys. Thank you for being here. I hope you all have a great day and a great night. Good luck to you guys who have finals, and good luck to everybody who's still got their day going. And most importantly, make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves.